Hello and welcome to this tutorial. In this tutorial I will show you how to create a friendship bracelet. I will create chevrons, but I will order the yarns different than in the traditional chevron bracelet. So this is a variant of the chevron bracelet. And for the bracelet I will use these three colors: gray, white and black. And the length of the yarns from this to this point is about 70 centimeters, that is about 28 inches long. I will create the loop at this end of my bracelet, so I will grab the yarns this way, so this should be the length of my bracelet, and I will start twisting the yarns on the length of the bracelet that I have established to be the length of my bracelet, like this, of my bracelet loop. And this twisted portion will be superposed like this, so I will superpose the twisted yarns, and as you can see they have twisted around each other, creating my loop. At the basis of this loop I will make a knot to prevent the loop from opening this way, and this is my loop. If I want to open the loop, I just do this, and if I let go, you can see that the loop twists again and gets this shape. So let's start creating the bracelet. In order to start making the bracelet, I will take the clamp and grab the yarns this way, and I will order my yarns. And I will order the yarns as they are usually ordered in the case of the candy stripe bracelets, not in case of the chevron bracelets. So as you can see, instead of putting the yarns this way, like in the case of the traditional chevron bracelet, so the black outside and the gray and then the white inside, so that the yarns are in the mirror. For this bracelet I will change the order of my yarns and I will put them this way, so black, gray, white, and again black, gray, white. Usually this pattern is used for the candy stripe bracelet, not for the chevron bracelet. But now I will make the knots like the knots are made in the case of a chevron bracelet. So on this part, on the left side, I will make forward knots, and on the right side I will make backward knots. Whereas in the middle I will make two forward knots, but I can also make two backward knots, a forward and a backward knot, or a backward and a forward knot. So for the knot in the middle you have the freedom to choose what kind of knots you want to make. So I will start by making two forward knots, so 1 and 2 on the gray yarn, and two forward knots on the white yarn. So in order to make the forward knots I will create the shape of the number 4. I will put my finger under the white yarn, grab with my nail the black yarn and take the black yarn out through this loop. So I made one forward knot and the second forward knot. And I have brought the black yarn here in the middle, and now I will go backward with the white yarn and create backward knots. So the backward knot is the shape of the number 4 like this, but in the mirror. So I'll put my finger under the gray yarn, I'll grab with my nail the white yarn, and I make a backward knot. And I will make the second backward knot. And as you can see, by means of creating backward knots, my yarn goes backward. So it was initially here on the right, and it goes back to the left. If we make forward knots, the yarn goes forward from the left to the right. Let's make backward knots on the black yarn too. So I make the shape of the number 4 in the mirror. I take the white yarn out through the loop here, and I make one knot and another knot like this. And I have brought the white yarn here in the middle, and I will make one forward knot and the second forward knot this way. And I have created the first half and half chevron, so half black, half white. Now I will use the gray yarn. I will make one forward knot and a second forward knot with the gray yarn, and one forward knot and a second forward knot like this. I brought the gray yarn in the middle, now I will make one backward knot, a second backward knot, one backward knot, and a second backward knot. And I brought the gray yarns into the center here, and I will make one forward knot and the second forward knot this way. Now I will take the white yarn from the side here, and I will make one forward knot, a second forward knot. Here I will make one forward knot and a second forward knot. And I brought the white yarn in the middle, and now I will make one backward knot, another backward knot, one backward knot, another backward knot, and with the two yarns in the middle I will make one forward knot and another forward knot like this. And now I will make with the white yarn on this side one forward knot, a second forward knot, one forward knot, a second forward knot, and on this side one backward knot, the second backward knot, one backward knot, and a second backward knot, and here one forward knot and another forward knot. And now let's continue with the gray yarns from the side. So I'll make one forward knot, another forward knot, one forward knot, another forward knot, and here I'll make backward knots. One backward knot, another backward knot, one backward knot, and another backward knot. And here in the middle I will make again two forward knots, one and the second forward knot. And let's continue. So I will make one forward knot, another forward knot, one forward knot, the second forward knot, one backward knot, the second backward knot, one backward knot, the second backward knot, one forward knot, the second forward knot, one forward knot, the second forward knot, one backward knot, the second backward knot, one backward knot, the second backward knot, and here in the middle two forward knots, one and two, and again chevrons, one and two gray knots to create a gray chevron, one and two knots, forward knots, and now the backward knots, one backward knot and the second backward knot, one backward knot and the second backward knot, one forward knot, the second forward knot, like this. And now let's see what the pattern looks like. So as you can see, we have a gray chevron, and before we make another gray chevron, we have a white half and a black half. After the next gray chevron, the white and the black switch sides, and we have the black on the left and the white on the right. Then we have another gray chevron, and again here our white and black colors will switch. So let's continue creating those chevrons, and when I have finished the bracelet, when I have made the chevrons in the length of the bracelet that I wanted, so that the bracelet goes around my wrist, then I will show you how to create the bracelet tie. So let's continue making those chevrons until the bracelet is finished, and then we can add the tie. And now that I have finished the bracelet, I will make the tie. So in order to make the tie, I will separate the yarns, and I will take these 3 yarns and start braiding them. And now I will make a knot at the end of the bracelet. I will cut the yarns. I will also braid the other tie. And now I will make another knot at the end of this tie. I will cut and now let's see the finished bracelet. So this is what the bracelet looks like. So as you can see, I have the gray chevrons, and in between I have the black and white half chevrons. And in order to close the bracelet, I will open this loop like this. I will put one of those ties through the loop this way. I will make a knot, and the bracelet is finished. And this is what the bracelet looks like. I will show you how to create a friendship bracelet, a bordered chevron friendship bracelet, using these colors. So I'll use black, red and green. So the watermelon colors and I will begin by showing you how to create the loop. So whenever you make a bracelet like this, you must measure the length of your cords, and from this point to this point the cords have to be about 70 centimeters long. So as you can see, I have created this loop here, so you have to take into consideration that when you cut the cords, you must cut the double length. So instead of 70 centimeters, 140 centimeters long. So this loop here is meant for the loop of our bracelet. With this loop we are going to be able to close the bracelet when you put it on the wrist. So let's first of all measure from where to where this loop should be. So about here I will begin the loop. In order to create the loop, I will need one cord, and I will choose the black cord. So as you can see, this black cord is a bit longer than the other cords for the loop, for the creation of the loop. And I will look on what side the long cords are. Like this. So my long cords are on this side. So the black cord is on this side, and I will see where I begin the loop. So about here I will begin the loop, and I will grab the loop at the cords at this point where I want to begin the loop with my clamp. So this here is the side where I have the long cord. So I will take the long black cord like this. So this cord is the longer cord, and let's begin making the loops. So I have this longer cord here, and in order to start making the loop, I will create half knots. I will first make a forward knot and then a backward knot, like this. So if you are a beginner and if you never made friendship bracelets before, let me explain to you what a forward knot is and what a backward knot is. So to make the forward knot, you create the shape of the number 4 as you see here. So we have these cords here, and I will put the other cord, the one with which I want to make the knot, over these cords, creating the shape of the number 4 like this. So this is a forward knot. Then I will take my index finger, put it under these cords like this, and with the nail I take the black cord out through this loop and create the first half knot, the forward knot. And now let's talk about the backward knot. So after I create the forward knot, I make the backward knot. I create the shape of the number 4 in the mirror like this. I take my index finger, put it under these cords. With my nail I grab the black cord like this, take it out through this loop, and I have created the backward knot. So on the entire length of our loop we shall make forward and backward knots. So now I will make a forward knot like this. So I make the number 4 like this, and I make a forward knot. And now I will make a backward knot. I make the number 4 in the mirror. Like this, I take the cord out through this loop and I created the backward knot. So the forward and the backward knots are half knots. And again I make a forward knot, a backward knot, and so on. So I will continue making forward and backward knots until I get to the point where I want to stop making the loop. And now I have created enough knots. I have the loop like this, and now I will take these cords and at the basis of this loop I will make a knot. I will use these two cords in order to create the loop. So I will put the cords over these other two cords like this, and I will put them over my forefinger like this, so that I create a loop. So I've brought the cords back here, and now I will put those cords through this loop here, this way. And I will tighten this knot here. Like this. So I have created this loop, and I have made a knot at the basis of my loop. And now I will take the clamp and grab the cord, and now let's create the chevron bracelet. With a black border. So let's put the cords in the usual order of the chevron bracelet. So the cords will be in the mirror. So we have black, red, green, black, and here we have the cords in the mirror: black, red, green, black. So the middle cords, red, green, and the inner black, will be used like in the case of a traditional chevron bracelet. In order to create the border, these two cords on the sides will always be kept on the sides and not brought inside the bracelet. This is how we shall create this border, by keeping the two cords always on the sides. And how we do that is simple. We make with these cords a forward and a backward knot, and not like in the case of the other chevron bracelet knots, which are two forward knots on this side and two backward knots on this other side. So on this cord I will make a forward and a backward knot. On this one I will make two forward knots, on this one I will make two forward knots, and on this one I will make two forward knots. On this one I will make a backward and a forward knot to keep it on the side. On this one I will make two backward knots, on this one I will make two backward knots, and on this one I will also make two backward knots. So let's begin. So I will take the first cord and I will create one forward knot, so the number 4, like this. I put my finger under the red cord and with my nail I take out the black cord to create the first forward knot. So I have one forward knot. And now I create the backward knot. Let's put these cords aside. So I make the number 4 in the mirror like this, with the red cord and the black cord. Now with my forefinger I grab the black cord and create the backward knot. And this way my cord, my black cord, will remain on the outside, whereas the red cord will be brought to the middle. So let's continue with the red cord. So with this red cord I will do two forward knots. So the first forward knot, so I made the number 4 and I took out the cord through the loop, so I make the number 4, take out the cord through the loop, and I have two forward knots. And what does that mean? My cord does not remain here, like on this side, like it did with the black cord, because I made a forward and a backward knot. My cord goes forward, and it goes on this side of the green cord. So it goes from here to here, so it goes forward, because I made two forward knots. And now I will take the black cord, and again I make two forward knots, and then I bring the cord on this side of the black cord, that is in the middle of my bracelet. So one forward knot, the number 4, I take the cord out, so this is one forward knot, another forward knot, like this, and I brought my red cord forward, that is in the middle. So I brought it from here, I brought it here, from here I brought it here. And now we stop and we do the same steps on this side here. So I make a backward knot, so the number 4 in the mirror, I take the cord out through the loop and I made the first backward knot. And as you can see, with the backward knot I brought the cord here. so I brought it backward. And now, in order to bring the cord back on the edge here, I will make a forward knot. So the number 4, I will take out the cord like this, and I have created the shape of the number 4. And my cord is again on the outside, just like the other cord. So I made a backward knot, I brought the cord here, and a forward knot, I brought the cord back here. And I leave it on this side, outside. Now with the red cord I will make 2 backward knots, and by the backward knots I will bring the cord from here to here. So let's make the backward knot. So a 4 in the mirror, I take the cord out through the loop, the first backward knot, and the second backward knot. Like this. So I put the green cord away and I take the black cord. On the black cord again I will make 2 backward knots. So the backward knot is the 4 in the mirror, and I will move the red cord from this position in this position into the middle, so on this side of the black cord. So I go backwards like this. So let's make the 2 backward knots. 1 knot and the second. Like this. And now I put the black cord away and I have the 2 red cords here, and I will make 2 forward knots like this. 1 and a second. Like this. And now let's make the next chevron. The next chevron will be green because our next cord is green. We shall begin just like before with the first cord, with the black cord. Again, in order to keep the black cord on the side, to make the line on the side, I create a forward and a backward knot. So I make the forward knot, and then I make the backward knot and bring the black cord back on the outside, like this. Now I take the green cord and make 2 forward knots so that we can create the V shape of the chevron. So I make 1 knot, forward knot, and the second forward knot. I put the second black cord away, and again on the red cord I create 2 forward knots. 1 and the second forward knot. Like this. Now I brought the green cord into the middle and I make the same steps on the right side. So I take the black cord and make the backward and forward knot. So I make the backward knot, and then the forward knot, like this. And I put the black cord away and I continue with the black cord, so I make a backward knot and another backward knot, and then with the green and the red cord I make one backward knot and another backward knot. And I have the green cords here, and I will also make two knots here, one and the second, and now I have created a red V and a green V for the chevron. And let's continue with the black cord, so I will create another chevron in the black color. But before we make the chevron, the black chevron, we create the lateral line with the two cords that are on the sides. So I make the forward knot, like this, and then the backward knot, like this, and I leave the cord on the side like this, and I continue making the forward knots with the black cord. One forward knot, the second forward knot, on the green cord, one forward knot with a black cord and another forward knot, like this. So as you can see, the half of the chevron, the black chevron, is already created. Now let's put these cords into the middle. I will create the backward knot, and then the forward knot. And I put the outside black cord away. And let's continue with the backward knots. So I put the black cord on the red cord, create one backward knot, and another. One, and the second. And now with the two middle cords I will create the inner knot, and now let's look at the bracelet. So we have the black border on the sides and we have chevrons in the three colors, red, green and black. So we shall continue, and then we shall have another series of red, green and black chevrons, while on the sides we will have the black color. So I will continue and make the next chevrons, and when the bracelet is long enough to go around my wrist, I will close the bracelet and I will show you how to make the closure of the bracelet. And now that I have reached the end of the bracelet, I will grab these cords, and here I will create a knot at the end of my bracelet. And I will take the scissors and cut the cord end like this. And now let's see what the bracelet, the finished bracelet, looks like. So this is my finished bracelet. So as you can see, it is a chevron bracelet with the black margins. So as you can see, the inner chevrons are made using the rules for making chevron bracelets. Whereas in order to create this black edge here, we simply have to take two black cords, one on the right, one on the left, and instead of making two forward knots and on the right side two backward knots, we make a forward and a backward knot on the left side and a backward knot and a forward knot on the right side. This way we keep the black cords on the edges of the bracelet. And now let's put the bracelet on the wrist and see what it looks like. So I put the knot through the loop like this. And this is what the finished bracelet looks like. I will show you how to make a friendship bracelet and how to create diamonds, X's, chevrons, and for that I will use these three colors. So I will use black, orange and yellow. So I have chosen these colors. I cut a length of about from this point to this point. The length is about 70 centimeters, that is about 28 inches. And I cut the double length so that I can make a loop over here. So let's begin by making the loop. So the loop will be from here until about here. So I will grab the ends of the loop and I will start twisting the yarns in order to create the actual loop. Now I have twisted, I will superpose the two ends of my loop, and now when I let go you will see that the two twisted loops will twist around one another. And here at this point where the twisted part ends, I will make a knot. So an overhand knot, a simple knot like this. And I have created my loop. As you can see, this is what the loop looks like. And now let's start making the bracelet. I will grab the yarns with the clamp and I will order the yarns. So I will order them like in the case of the chevron bracelet. So I'll put the colors in the mirror. So as you can see, the black, the neutral color is on the outside, and orange and yellow, the analogous colors, are on the inside, and the left side and the right side are in the mirror. And now let's start creating some chevrons. In order to make the chevrons, I will take the black yarn and create the shape of the number 4 with the orange yarn. I'll put my finger under the orange yarn, grab with my nail the black yarn, and I will create the first forward knot. So whenever we make these bracelets for beginners, we shall make double knots, not one but 2 knots. So let's make another forward knot. So I'll make the number 4 like this, take the knot out through the loop, and I have created the second forward knot. On the yellow yarn, again I will make one forward knot and the second forward knot. And I brought forward the black yarn, I brought it forward from here, from the outside, here into the middle. So it went forward by making forward knots. Now I want to bring this yarn from the right side, the black yarn, to bring it backwards so that it also gets into the middle of my yarns. For that reason, I will make backward knots. What is a backward knot? The number 4 in the mirror. So as you can see, I created the shape of the number 4 like this, but in the mirror, I'll put my finger under the yellow yarn, grab with my nail the black yarn, take it out through the loop like this, and I make the first backward knot. And then, as I said, we shall make double knots. The second knot will also be a backward knot, so I grab the yarn like this, take it out through the loop, and create the second backward knot. Now I moved the black yarn backward from the outside place to towards the center here. And now I'll make again 2 backward knots, 1 and 2, and I moved the yarn backwards from here to this place, backwards, by making backward knots. And now I will make in the middle here, to close the chevron, I will make 2 forward knots, 1 and 2. So in the middle here, you can choose whether you want to make 2 forward knots, 2 backward knots, a forward and a backward knot, or a backward and a forward knot. So here in the middle you have the free choice to make what kind of knots you like. So I made 2 forward knots. Now let's do the same with the orange yarn. So I'll make forward knots on this side, on the left side, 2 forward knots, again 2 forward knots. I brought the orange yarn in the middle. Now I'll make backward knots, 2 backward knots, 1 and 2, again 2 backward knots, 1 and 2, and in the middle, as I said, I will make 2 forward knots. But if you like, you can make 2 backward knots, backward, forward, forward, backward, as you like. So now I have created the second chevron. Now let's make the yellow chevron, doing the same steps. 1 forward knot, 2 forward knots, 1 forward knot, 2 forward knots. I brought the yellow yarn in the middle. Now 1 forward knot, 2 forward knots, 1 forward knot, sorry, backward knot. Sorry, these are backward knots. 1 backward knot, 2 backward knots. So on this side forward knots, on this side backward knots. So I made 2 backward knots on this yarn, 2 backward knots on this other yarn, and my yellow yarn is in the middle, and now I'm going to make 1 forward knot and another forward knot. And we have created 3 chevrons. The black chevron, the orange chevron, and the yellow chevron. So let's repeat. On the left side we make 2 forward knots on each yarn. On the right side we make 2 backward knots on each yarn, and with the middle cords here we can make either forward knots or backward knots, or a combination of forward and backward knots, but always 2 knots. And now let's continue. So I will continue making some chevrons. 1 and 2 forward knots, 1 and 2 forward knots, 1 and 2 backward knots, 1 and 2 backward knots, and 2 forward knots, 1 and 2, like this. Let's continue. 1 and 2 forward knots, 1 and 2 forward knots, 1 and 2 backward knots, 1 and 2 backward knots, and in the middle 1 and 2 forward knots. And with a yellow yarn, 1 and 2 forward knots, 1 and 2 forward knots, and here 1 and 2 backward knots, 1 and 2 backward knots, so as you can see, let's make 1 and 2 forward knots to create the yellow chevron, and as you can see now, the yarns are ordered according to their colors. So whenever you work with yarns, you must be careful not to mix the colors, because otherwise your design will look mixed up. So we have done the chevrons, as you can see now. So we have a black, an orange, a yellow, a black, an orange, and a yellow chevron. And now let's create another design. I will make 1 and 2 forward knots, 1 and 2 forward knots. So we shall begin by making another chevron, and then we shall continue the chevron with another design. 1 backward knot, the second backward knot, and 1 and 2 backward knots. And here in the middle, the 2 forward knots, 1 and 2 forward knots, like this. So so far we have made the chevron, and now let's create another design. I will first of all make a forward knot, so the number 4, like this, a forward knot here with the orange yarn, and then I will make on the same yellow yarn with the orange yarn, I will make a backward knot, like this. So this way. And again with this other yarn, orange yarn, I will make a backward knot and a forward knot. So as you can see, when you make a backward and a forward knot, your yarns, the yarn goes from this place to this place here, so it moves forward, and then with the backward knot it moves back. So this way you will keep your orange yarns on the margin. And now I will take the black yarn and create an inverted chevron. So I will make backward knots on this side, on the left side. So I will make 1 backward knot, the second backward knot, like this, 1 backward knot, and the second backward knot, this way. And now I have created a part of the inverted chevron, and let's make the second part of the inverted chevron. So I'll make forward knots on this yarn, so 1 forward knot and a second forward knot. I take the next yarn, 1 forward knot and the second forward knot, like this. And now here in the middle I will create with the yellow yarns 1 forward knot and the second forward knot, this way. And now I will take the orange yarn and make 1 forward knot, the second forward knot. I brought the orange yarn on the inside here. I take the other orange yarn, I make 1 backward knot and the second backward knot. This way, and in the middle I will make one forward knot and the second forward knot. And now I will keep the black yarns on the margin, so I will make a forward knot and then a backward knot with the black yarn. And as you can see, my black yarn is again on the outside. Now I will make a backward knot like this, so my yarn has moved backward here, and then a forward knot, and my yarn has moved on the outside again like this. So I kept my black yarns on the outside and I started making a margin here. And now let's make a chevron, a yellow chevron. So I will make 1 and 2 forward knots like this, 1 and 2 backward knots with the yellow yarn, and in the middle I will make 1 forward knot and the second forward knot like this. Again I will take the black yarn, I'll make a forward knot and a backward knot, and I kept the margin, the black yarn on the margin. Now I make a backward knot and a forward knot, again I keep the black yarn on the margin like this, and I will make another chevron with the orange yarn. So I make 1 forward knot, the second forward knot, 1 backward knot, the second backward knot, and here in the middle 1 forward knot and the second forward knot. And now I will make 1 forward knot, and this time I will make a second forward knot, so I will no longer make a backward knot. And on the orange yarn I will make 1 forward knot and a second forward knot, this way. So as you can see, I made forward knots and brought the black yarn to the middle, and with the other black yarn I will make backward knots and bring the yarn to the middle. So 1 backward knot, the second backward knot, one backward knot, the second backward knot, and I have brought the yarns into the middle. Now I will make 2 forward knots, and as you can see I created margins here. Let's see from a closer distance. So I made an inverted chevron here, then I created margins here with the black yarn, and now I created another chevron, and I made 3 chevrons on the inside here. Now let's create 2 dots here with the yellow yarn. So I will make a forward knot and a backward knot with the yellow yarn, and I have created a yellow dot here. Now I'll make a backward knot and a forward knot Now again I will make an inverted chevron. So one backward knot, the other backward knot, one backward knot, the second backward knot, again a forward knot and another forward knot, and on the last yarn a forward knot and another forward knot this way. And now I will make two forward knots with the orange yarn here in the middle to create a dot like this. And I will make a yellow chevron, so one forward knot, the second forward knot, and with the yellow yarn, the other yellow yarn, one backward knot and a second backward knot. And in the middle one forward knot and a second forward knot. And now I will create the margin, the black margin, so I'll make one forward knot, one backward knot, on the other margin one backward knot, and a forward knot to create this margin, so to keep the black yarn on the edges. And now I will make an orange chevron, one forward knot, another forward knot, one backward knot, another backward knot, and in the middle two forward knots, one forward knot and a second forward knot this way. Now I will make one forward knot, and now I will create a chevron, a black chevron here, another forward knot, on the orange yarn one forward knot and another forward knot. With the black yarn I will create one backward knot and a second backward knot, on the orange yarn one backward knot and a second backward knot, and here in the middle one forward knot and a second forward knot. And now I will make another pair of yellow dots, so one forward knot, one backward knot. I made one yellow dot, one backward knot, one forward knot, like this. And now I have created the dots. Now let's again create an inverted black chevron. 1 and 2 backward knots. 1 and 2 backward knots. 1 and 2 forward knots. 1 and 2 forward knots, like this. So I made an inverted chevron. And now I will make 1 and 2 forward knots, and now I will make 1 forward knot with the yellow yarn and 1 backward knot to bring the yellow yarn back to its original position, so that I can make another orange dot in the middle. With the other yellow yarn I will make 1 backward knot and 1 forward knot, like this, because this will be the center. We'll make a diamond in the center. And now I will make again 1 forward knot and another forward knot to create the diamond in the center. And now I will make 2 forward knots with the black yarn, 1 and 2. This way. On the orange yarn, 1 and 2. One backward knot and 2 backward knots. One backward knot and 2 backward knots. And 1 and 2. So now I have also created the diamond in the middle. Again, let's make 2 dots, yellow dots, a forward and a backward. A backward knot and a forward knot, and as you can see, I have created half of the bracelet, and now all I have to do is create the same design but in the mirror. So again, I will make an inverted chevron, 1 and 2, 1 and 2, 1 forward knot and 2 forward knots, 1 forward knot and 2 forward knots. I have created the inverted chevron, and then I will make this portion and this portion and then the inverted chevrons. So let's continue making the design on this side, the mirror design of the design that we made on this side. So the next step would be to create the inverted orange chevron. So I will begin by making a dot in the middle here. So I will make 2 forward knots, and now I will make a backward knot, and 2 forward knots on the right side, and I created the orange inverted chevron. Now I will take the black yarn and create the border. So 1 forward knot, 1 backward knot, on the other side 1 backward knot and 1 forward knot, and now I will create the inverted yellow chevron. I will make 1 forward knot and the second forward knot, and I will create 1 backward knot and the second backward knot on the left, and 1 forward knot and the second forward knot on the right, this way, and here in the middle I'll make 2 forward knots, 1 and 2, this way. And now I will make 1 forward knot and another forward knot on the yellow yarn, a forward knot and the second forward knot on the orange yarn, a backward knot and the second backward knot on the yellow yarn, and 2 backward knots on the orange yarn. Now I brought the black yarns to the middle, and I'll make 1 and 2 forward knots like this, and now I have created the same pattern as here. I created the pattern here, and now let's create this other pattern. So first of all I will make 2 yellow dots, so 1 yellow dot, one forward knot, sorry, and one backward knot, and I have created the first yellow dot here. Then one backward knot, and one forward knot, and I made the other yellow dot, and again we shall make an inverted chevron. So one backward knot, the other backward knot, one backward knot, the second backward knot, one forward knot, the second forward knot, one forward knot, the second forward knot, and now I'll create the inverted chevron. So we have here an orange chevron. So let's make the orange chevron. I'll make one forward knot and a second forward knot, one backward knot and a second backward knot, one forward knot and a second forward knot, so one backward knot, one forward knot, one forward knot, one backward knot, now I'll make with the yellow yarn one backward knot, a second backward knot, one backward knot, a second backward knot, now I have the yellow yarns. I make two forward knots, one and two, now I'll make one forward knot, one backward knot, one backward knot, one forward knot, and with the orange yarns, one backward knot and another backward knot, and one forward knot and a second forward knot, here in the middle I will make one forward knot and a second forward knot, and now I'll make one forward knot with the black yarn, another forward knot, and on the yellow yarn one forward knot, and another forward knot, and one backward knot with the black yarn and another backward knot, one backward knot and another backward knot, and here in the middle one forward knot and another forward knot. This way. So as you can see, we only have to make the inverted chevrons here. So we need to make 2 dots here on the sides, 2 orange dots. So I will make one forward knot, one backward knot, so I created this dot, and on this side I will make one backward knot and one forward knot. So we also have created these. So this is the equivalent of this, and these orange dots are these orange dots here. So all we have to do is to make these last chevrons here, and we have finished the bracelet. And now let's make the inverted chevrons. I'll begin with the black chevron. 1 and 2 backward knots, one and 2 backward knots, one and 2 forward knots, one and 2 forward knots. So I created the first inverted chevron. Now I will do the second step, the yellow inverted chevron. 1 and 2 forward knots, one and 2 forward knots, and 1 and 2 forward knots. Now I will make backward knots. These are backward knots, and now I will make forward knots on this other side. 1 forward knot, 2 forward knots, 1 forward knot, and 2 forward knots, like this. So on the left side I make backward knots in the case of inverted chevrons, and on the right side I make forward knots for the inverted chevrons. Now let's make an inverted orange chevron. Let's make the orange chevron, so I'll make 1 forward knot and the second forward knot, and now on the left side I will make 1 backward knot and the second backward knot, one backward knot and the second backward knot, and one forward knot on this side, the second forward knot on this side, one forward knot and another forward knot. This way now I have created a third chevron, and now again let's make a black chevron, inverted chevron. So I'll make one forward knot, the second forward knot, and on the left I'll make backward knots, so one backward knot, the second backward knot, and on the yellow yarn one backward knot, the second backward knot, and forward knots on this side, so one forward knot, the second forward knot, one forward knot, the second forward knot, now I will make yellow chevron, so one forward knot, the second forward knot, one backward knot, the second backward knot, one backward knot, the second backward knot, one forward knot, the second forward knot, and one forward knot, and the second forward knot. Now again I will make an orange inverted chevron, so one forward knot and the second forward knot, and again on the left I will make backward knot, so one backward knot and the second, one backward knot and the second, and on the right I will make forward knots, one forward knot and the second, one forward knot and the second, this way, and the last chevron, the black chevron. So I'll make one forward knot and the second forward knot. Then I will make one backward knot and the second, one backward knot and the second. So whenever you make inverted chevrons, on the left you make backward knots, on the right you make forward knots. So let's make the forward knots on the right side. So one forward knot, another forward knot, and one forward knot, and the last forward knot, like this. Now we have finished the bracelet itself, and now let's create the bracelet tie. So in order to make the bracelet tie, I will take the yarns and I will start braiding them. I'll braid on one side and then I will make a knot at the end of my braiding, and then I will braid the other yarns as well. Now let's also braid the other tie. And then make a knot at the end of the other tie as well. And now I have braided the second tie as well, and I will make a knot here too. I will take the scissors and cut the end of the cord. This way. And now let's see the finished bracelet. So this is the finished bracelet. So we have the chevrons here and the inverted chevrons here, and here we have the diamonds and the chevrons inside of the black borders. And in order to close the bracelet, I will open this tie. I will open the loop, I will put the tie through the loop like this, and I will make a knot. And this is what the bracelet looks like. So this is what the bracelet looks like on the wrist. I will show you how to create a rainbow friendship bracelet. I will use these colors. The yarns that I will use to create the bracelet, are about 70 centimeters long from this point here to this point here. And I will begin by creating the loop. So this is where I will make the loop, and I must establish where the loop begins, and I grab the loop at the point where it will begin and where it ends. So this portion will create the loop of my bracelet, and I will start twisting the yarns this way. Until there is tension in the yarns, then I will superpose the two yarns like this, and when I let go, you can see that the yarns have twisted around each other. Here, at the basis of my loop, I will make a knot, an overhand knot, this way. From this point on, I can make the bracelet, the chevron bracelet. So I will try to order the yarns according to their colors. I will begin with the darkest color, which in this case is black, and I will put the black yarns on the sides. Then I will put the next color as darkness, the purple color. Then I will pick the darker colors, the blue yarns. And as you can see, the colors are ordered in the mirror for the chevron bracelet. Then I will put the red color, and the pink yarns, and in the middle the yellow yarns. So as you can see, the yarns can be separated into the left side and the right side, and as you can see, they are in the mirror, ordered in the mirror. And now, in order to create a chevron bracelet, we have to talk about the forward knots and the backward knots. A forward knot will move the yarn forward, so in this direction from left to right, whereas a backward knot will move the yarns in the opposite direction from right to left. And let's talk about how we create a knot. In order to create a forward knot, we create the shape of the number 4 like this. So as you can see, this is the number 4. And I will put my finger under the purple yarn, grab the black yarn with my nail like this, and take it out through this loop here, the loop of the number 4. And I will tighten this knot like this. So whenever you make knots on a chevron bracelet, you make 2 knots. So I will make again the shape of the number 4 for the forward knot, and take the black yarn out through this loop and create the second forward knot. And as I told you, the forward knot means that the yarn will move forward. So it was initially here and it moved forward here. And the purpose is to bring this yarn here in the middle. So what we shall do is create another set of forward knots on the blue yarn. So 1 forward knot and the second forward knot, this way. Then I will take the next yarn, the red yarn. I'll make 1 forward knot and the second. Now the pink yarn, I'll make one forward knot and a second, and the yellow yarn, one forward knot, so one forward knot and the second. And as you can see, the black yarn has moved forward. So it was initially here on the left side, and now it moved towards the right side, and it is here in the middle. Now we stop, we leave the black yarn here, and we start making backward knots with the other black yarn. So for the chevron bracelets, we first of all move the yarns on the outside here in the middle. Let's see how we make a backward knot. Basically, a backward knot is a forward knot in the mirror, because this is the same as this but in the mirror. So this side and this side are in the mirror. So if the forward knot was made by creating the shape of the number 4, the backward knot will be made in the mirror. So I create the shape of the number 4 but in the mirror, like this. So the shape of number 4 in the mirror. Again, I put the finger under this purple yarn, grab with my nail the black yarn, and make the first backward knot. Again, I create the shape of the number 4 but in the mirror. I put the finger under this yarn, grab the other yarn, and create the first backward knot. And as I told you, the yarn will move from the right towards the left, so it moves backward. Now our black yarn is here. And we shall continue moving the black yarn to the middle here, next to this other black yarn, by making backward knots. So I create the shape of the number 4 but in the mirror. So I make one backward knot and another backward knot, like this. And as you can see, the black yarn moved one step backward next to the red yarn. Now I shall take the red yarn and create backward knots. So one backward knot, the second backward knot, like this. So the black yarn has again moved backward. Now I will take the pink yarn and again I will make two backward knots, so one backward knot and another, like this. And here I will make one backward knot and a second. And as you can see, I brought both black yarns into the middle. One of them moved forward from the left towards the middle here, and the other one came from the right side and moved again in the middle here. And now, in order to create the chevron, what we have to do here is to make again two knots. We can make two forward knots, we can make two backward knots, a forward and a backward knot, or a backward and a forward knot. That is your personal choice, what kind of knots you want to make. So I will make two forward knots. So I will make the shape of the number 4 like this, take the yarn out through the loop here, so one forward knot, the second forward knot, this way, and I created the first black chevron. Let's see it from a closer distance. So as you can see here, this is our first black chevron. And now let's create the next chevron. The next chevron will be made using the next yarns, which will also be brought here in the middle. So the next chevron will be purple. So I will take the purple yarn and create forward knots on the left side using the same rules as with the black yarn. So we make the same steps, but this time we use the purple yarn. So one forward knot, the second forward knot, one forward knot, the second forward knot, and with the black yarn that is now in the middle, one forward knot and the second forward knot, like this. As you can see, I made forward knots and I brought the purple yarn from the left side into the middle. On this other side, we use the purple yarn in order to make backward knots. So one backward knot, another backward knot, one backward knot, a second backward knot, one backward knot, the second backward knot, one backward knot, the second backward knot, and on the black yarn one backward knot and the second backward knot. And as you can see, I also brought the two purple yarns into the middle here. And now I will do one forward knot, a second forward knot, this way. forward knot and a second forward knot. And as you can see, we have created chevrons in all the colors: black, purple, blue, red, pink and yellow. And now we shall start again making a black chevron, and we shall continue with the other colors in the same order. And after I create the desired length of my chevron bracelet, then I will show you how to create a bracelet tie. So let's continue making the chevrons in the same order. And now the bracelet is finished, and we shall start making the bracelet tie. I will separate the yarns like this, and I will start braiding. I will take the red yarn from this side. Let's see from a closer distance. I will take this red yarn on the left and put it on the right side, on the inside here, parallel with the yarns on the right side. Then I will take the red yarn on the right side and cross it with the other red yarn like this, and bring it on the inside like this. Now I will take the pink yarn and put it on this other side, on the inside, and I will take the other pink yarn from the right side, from the outside, and put it on the inside like this, and cross it with this other pink yarn. Then I will do the same with the yellow yarns, so I will cross them like this. So as you can see, I have created this braided pattern. Again, I will put the pink yarns and cross them here in the middle. And as you can see, this is the braided pattern of the bracelet tie. Now I will cross the black yarns, then I will cross the purple yarns, now I will cross the blue yarns this way. So as you can see, this is the braided tie pattern. And now I will make the knot. So I will take the yarn, put it over the other yarns, and I will create a knot here. Like this. And now that I have created the knot, I will take the scissors and cut the yarns like this. And now let's see what the bracelet looks like. So this is the finished bracelet, and let's see what the bracelet looks like on the wrist. In order to open the loop, I will turn the yarns this way, and I will put the tie through this loop like this. I will show you how to create a chevron friendship bracelet, only that I will order the cords in a different manner than in the traditional chevron bracelet. So let's begin making this bracelet. So I have chosen 4 different colors, as you can see here, 2 greens and 2 browns. And the total length of this cord that I will use is about 70 centimeters. In order to begin the bracelet, I will first of all make the loop, and the loop will serve to close the bracelet. So through this loop I will put the cords that will allow me to close my bracelet. So the first step is to create an overhand knot, this knot here, and this way I create my loop, the closure of my bracelet. Now I will take the clamp and grab the cords with the clamp so that I can start the braiding process. So this time I will not put the cords in the usual order for the chevron bracelet. I will switch the order of the cords. So I will first of all put the brown cord, then I will put the green cord, the light brown cord, and a second green cord. And now, instead of putting the cords in the mirror, like in the traditional chevron bracelets, like this. So this would be the pattern, the traditional pattern of the bracelets. The brown on the outside, then the lighter green, the light brown, and the darker green. So this part and this part are in the mirror. But in this case I will switch the order of my cords. So I will put the cords in a pattern that is similar to the pattern used for the candy stripe bracelets. So brown, light green, light brown, dark green, and then again the same order: brown, light green, light brown, dark green. And let's start making the chevron pattern. So I will make the forward knot. I will create the shape of the number 4, and with my forefinger I will take the dark brown cord out through this loop, and I make 1 knot and the second knot. So I have created my first full knot made of 2 half forward knots. Now I will take the brown cord and put it on my second cord, on my light brown cord. I create the forward knot, so the shape of the number 4, and with my forefinger I take this cord out here and make 1 half knot, and then the second half knot. And this is my last cord on this half, on the left half. The green, the dark green cord, so I make 1 half knot and another half knot. And as you can see, I have brought the brown cord in the middle from the edge, and now I am going to do the same process, but from this end towards the middle with the last cord, which is the dark green cord. So I'm going to make a backward knot, so the 4 in the mirror, and I'm going to take the cord out through this loop and make one knot, and the second knot, now I have the second cord, the light green cord, and I make one backward half knot, and the second backward half knot. So I created the full backward knot, and now this is my last cord on which I will make a backward knot, one half knot, and the second half knot. Like this. So let's see from a closer distance. I have made this half brown and this half green. And now I have these two cords here. Now I will create one knot. Let's see from a distance so that we can see the knot. I will create in the middle one forward knot like this, and a second forward knot like this. And now let's continue with the next cord, this cord here. So I will make the first knot, 1 and 2, then on the second cord 1 and 2, on the third cord 1 and 2, so I put this cord away and I begin from the other side, the backward knot, 1, our mascot, 1 and 2, the next cord, 1 and 2, and the third cord, 1 and 2, and now I have the middle cords, and again I make the forward knot, 1 and 2. Now let's continue with the next cord, with the light brown cord. I will make 1 and 2, and then the next cord, 1, and 2, 1 and 2, and now let's make the backward knots, 1 and 2, 1 and 2, and the last backward knot, and a forward knot again, 1 and 2. Now let's continue with the green cords, with the dark green cords, 1 and 2, and with the brown cord, the backward knot, 1 and 2, 1 and 2, and now the central knots, 1 and 2. Now let's see from a closer distance what we have created so far. So as you can see, we still have the chevrons, but they are distorted because the order of our yarns is different. So I will continue braiding, adding the knots, creating these knots until I create a bracelet long enough to go around my wrist, and then I will show you how to close the bracelet. And now I have finished making the bracelet and I will make the closure. So I will take these cords and I will start braiding them. I will take one clamp and grab those cords, and I will also braid these cords. Now that I have braided this cord as well, I will make a knot at the end of this cord. Like this. I will also make a knot at the end of this other cord. Like this. And now I will take the scissors and cut the ends of the cords like this. And now let's see the finished bracelet. So this is what the finished bracelet looks like, and let's put it on the wrist like this. And in order to close the bracelet, I will use this loop and my cords. So I'll put one cord through this loop here, and then I will create a knot like this in order to close my bracelet. So this is how the bracelet is closed, and this is what it looks like. And this is the finished bracelet. I will show you how to create a friendship bracelet with diamonds and chevrons using different colors. I will use yellow and green, and I will begin by creating the loop. So generally, when you make a bracelet of this type, it is recommended to use yarns. For the green yarns that I will make the chevrons with and the diamonds, I will use about 70 centimeters, that's about 28 inches long, from this point to this point. And I will also add a few centimeters to the yellow yarns. with which I will make the X's. And I will begin with the loop. So around here I will make the loop. First of all, I will establish the length of the loop, so my loop should be about this long, and I will start making the loop by twisting the yarns this way. So I will twist the yarns on the length of my loop, and now I will superpose the twisted yarns until they twist around one another. And here, at the bases of the twisted yarns, so of my loop, I will make an overhand knot this way. So this is my loop. So as you can see, if I want to open the loop, I will turn the loop this way, and I can put the tie through the loop here, and if I let go, you will see that the loop twists again like this. Now I will grab the yarns and I will start separating the yarns according to their color. And now let's start creating the pattern. I will use the green yarns to create chevrons, and with the yellow yarns I will create the X's that will separate the chevrons and the diamonds. We shall begin with the first green chevron. I will make forward knots on the left side and backward knots on the right side. A forward knot is done by creating the shape of the number 4 like this, putting the finger under this yarn. I will grab with the nail the other yarn. I will take the yarn out through this loop and create the first forward knot, and then I will create a second forward knot. Now I will put the green yarn away and I will create 2 forward knots on the yellow yarn, one and the second. And I brought the green yarn in the middle here. Now I will take the right green yarn and I will make backward knots. In order to make a backward knot, I will create the shape of the number 4 but in the mirror. I will put my finger under this yarn, I'll grab the other yarn with the nail and take the yarn out through the loop. And I will make the second backward knot. And on the yellow yarn I will make 2 backward knots as well, one and a second. And now I have brought the 2 yarns, the 2 green yarns in the middle, and here I will make 2 forward knots. Here in the middle you can make either forward or backward knots, or a combination of forward and backward knot. Either a forward and a backward, or a backward and a forward. So for the knot in the middle, you have the choice to make whatever knot you like. So this is the first chevron, the first green chevron, and let's make a second green chevron. So I will do the same steps. I will make 2 forward knots here, 1 and 2, 1 and 2, and 2 backward knots here, 1 and 2. And 2 backward knots here, 1 and 2. And in the middle again I will make 2 forward knots, 1 and 2. So I have created 2 chevrons, 2 green chevrons, and now let's begin with the yellow decoration. I will begin by making a chevron. So 2 forward knots, 1 and the second forward knot, 1 forward knot and the second forward knot, and here 2 backward knots, 1 and 2. 1 and 2. And here in the middle I will make 2 forward knots, 1 and 2. So I have created a chevron. And now I will create 2 dots on the left and the right. I will make a forward knot with the green yarns and a backward knot. Like this, a backward knot. And on the other side, on the right side, I will make a backward knot, so the 4 in the mirror, and a forward knot, so the number 4. And now that I have created the dots, I will create an inverted chevron with the yellow yarn. So in order to make the inverted chevron, I will take the yellow yarn and make a backward knot, 1 and 2 on the green yarn. I have moved the yellow yarn from this place to this place, so I moved the yarn backward with the backward knot, and now I will move the yarn backward one more step by creating backward knots on the second yarn. So 1 backward knot, the second backward knot. So the yarn has moved backward again, and it is on the outside now. Now let's do the same with this other yarn. So in order to move it from here to this place, I will make forward knots, so the yarn will move forward. I'll make the shape of the number 4 for the forward knot. I make 1 forward knot and the second, one forward knot and the second, and my 2 yellow yarns have moved outside. And now let's create the diamonds. So let's see from a closer distance. So I have created the chevrons, the green chevrons, the dots, the green dots on the sides, and now I am going to create a diamond here. In order to create the diamond, I will make 1 forward knot and the second forward knot here in the middle, like this. And now I will take this yarn and I will make one forward knot, a second forward knot, like this. With this yarn I will make one backward knot and the second backward knot, like this, and I have two yarns in the middle and I make one forward knot and the other forward knot. And now I will create a chevron with the yellow yarn, so I will make one forward knot, the second forward knot, one forward knot, the second forward knot, one backward knot, another backward knot, one backward knot, and the second backward knot. Now I brought the two yellow yarns into the middle here and I'll make one forward knot and the second forward knot. So as you can see here, I have created a little fish, the shape of a fish. And now we shall continue by making two dots on the sides here. So I'll make one forward knot and one backward knot. And I created one dot on one side. And here I will create one backward knot and one forward knot, like this. So I created two dots on the sides, and now I will create with these two yarns an inverted chevron again. So one backward knot, the second backward knot, one backward knot, the second backward knot, and with the yellow yarn one forward knot and the second forward knot, one forward knot and the second forward knot, this way. Now I will make one forward knot and another forward knot in the middle here, this way, and I will create one backward knot to create an inverted chevron, another backward knot, one backward knot and a second backward knot, like this. And on this other side I will make one backward knot, the second backward knot, one backward knot, the second backward knot, and I have created an inverted chevron. Now I have these two yarns. Here I will make one forward knot, the second forward knot, one backward knot, the second backward knot, one backward knot, the second backward knot, and on the other side one forward knot, the second forward knot, one forward knot, and the second forward knot. Here I will create one forward knot and another forward knot with the yellow yarn. And now I will make some chevrons. So I will make one backward knot, the second, one forward knot, the second forward knot. I'll take the next yarn, I'll make one forward knot and the second forward knot, this way. With the other yarn I will make one backward knot, the second backward knot, one backward knot, the second backward knot, and here in the middle two forward knots, one forward knot and the second. And let's make the second chevron, one forward knot, the second forward knot, one forward knot, the second forward knot, one backward knot, one backward knot, one backward knot, and another backward knot, and two forward knots in the middle, 1 and 2. And now let's look at the pattern. So as you can see, I began by making two green chevrons, then I made a yellow chevron, then I created the two dots on the sides, then I made a yellow inverted chevron, I created the diamond, the green diamond, I made another chevron, again I made two green dots, an inverted yellow chevron, then two inverted green chevrons, one yellow dot here, and again, just like here at the beginning, I made two green chevrons. And now that I have again created the two green chevrons, which are these green chevrons, I will continue just like here with the yellow chevron, the dots, the yellow inverted chevron, the diamond, and so on. So these two green chevrons here are these two green chevrons here. And from here on we shall continue with the yellow chevron and then the diamond, the axis and the diamond. So let's continue making the same design as the design that we have made here, and I will continue repeating this design until I obtain the desired length of my bracelet. So until the bracelet goes around my wrist. And once I have noticed that the bracelet is long enough, I will show you how to create the tie for the bracelet. And now that I have finished the bracelet, I will start making the tie, the bracelet tie. So I will start braiding, and I will put the cords like this, and I will begin by taking the left cord and put it on the right side here, and then I will take the right cord and cross it this way. Now I will take the next green cord from here, put it parallel with the other green cord like this, and I will also take the right green cord and put it, cross it with my other green cord this way here in the middle. Now I will take the yellow cord, put it on from the left side to the right side, and I will take the right yellow cord and put it on the left side and cross it with the other cord. So let's see from a closer distance. Again, I will take the green cord and the other green cord from the outside and cross them here in the middle. I'll take the next green cord and the other green cord, cross them. I'll take the yellow cord and the other yellow cord and cross them in the middle here. So I take the cords from the outside, put them on the inside and cross them on the inside. And this is how I braid those cords. So I will continue braiding those cords until I get to the end of my cords. And then I will make a knot. And now I will make a knot. And this is the finished bracelet. And in order to close the bracelet, I will just open the loop over here, like this, and I will put the knot through the loop, this way, and my bracelet is finished. And this is what the finished bracelet looks like. I will show you how to create a friendship bracelet, a chevron friendship bracelet. I will use these three colors. I have the blue color, I have the black color here, and the light brown color. So these pieces of thread will be about 70 centimeters long. That is about 27.5 inches long. Now I will put the threads one over the other, and then I will find the middle of these threads. Like this. So this is the middle of the threads. Now I will make a loop here by creating a knot at the end of the threads here. Like this. And now I will grab this loop and with this hanger I will put it on the table. I will separate those threads. So I will take the light brown. So I have these two groups of colors. So I will first take the light brown thread like this and put it away like this. Then I will take the blue thread, I'll put it this way, and then the black thread. And on this other side I will do the same. I put the brown thread like that, then I put a second thread, the blue thread, and the black thread. And now let's see how we can create the first knot. Now I will start making the first knot. I will take the first two threads, I will take the brown thread and put it over the blue thread, and I will grab with my forefinger the brown thread and put it through the loop and close the knot. And I will make a second knot using the same rule. So I put the brown thread over the blue thread and I grab it with my finger like this and make the second knot. Now I have the brown and the black thread. Again, I will make the same type of loop. I'll put the brown thread over the black thread and I will take the thread like this out. And I'll make another knot using the same rule. And now I have brought, as you can see, now I have brought the black thread in the middle, the brown thread in the middle, and let's do the same steps again, but this time from the thread on the right side. I will take the brown thread on the right side, put it over the blue thread. Now I will put these threads away like this, and now I will do the same thing with the threads on the right side but in the mirror. So I will take the brown thread, put it over the blue thread, and I will take the thread out through this loop and make the first knot. Again, I put the thread like this and take it out through this loop. Now I have these two threads. I put the brown thread over the black thread like this and take the thread out through this loop. I have the thread here and take it out through the loop and make the second knot. And now I have the brown threads in the middle, and I will do the same with these two brown threads. So I put one thread over the other, and I will make a knot here. And now, as you can see, we have the threads in another order. We have the blue thread on the outside, the black thread in the middle, and the brown thread on the inside. So let's do the same steps. I will put the blue thread over the thread in the middle, the black thread, and I will take the thread out through the loop and make the first knot. Again, I put the thread like this. With my finger I take the thread out through the loop and make the second knot. Again, I put the thread like this, and with my finger I take the thread out through the loop like this and close the knot. Let's make the second knot like this. So as you can see, I already have two lines here. The brown line and the blue line made of knots. Now I put the threads on this side away, and I do the same steps on the right side. So I make the loop like this, and now I take the thread out through this loop like this, I make one knot, then I make the second knot, like this, and now I will put the blue thread over the brown thread, and I make one knot and the second, like this. And now I have again brought the two blue threads in the middle here, and I will again make a knot. Now I will continue making a few knots, a few more knots. So I have the thread on the right side and on the left side, so I will begin with the thread on the left side. So I will put the brown thread over the blue thread. I'll take the brown thread through the loop and I make the knot. And I'll make the second knot using the same rule. Like this. Now I take the brown thread and the black thread, and I put the brown thread over the black thread like this, and I take the brown thread through the loop like this and make the first knot, and then again I use the same steps to make the second knot, like this. And now I have brought the brown thread from the edge to the middle, and I put the threads on the left side away, and I will do the same steps on the right side. So I take the outer thread, the brown thread, and put it over the blue thread like this, and now I will take it out through the loop again, and I make the knot, the first knot. Again I put the thread over the other thread and take the thread through the loop like this, and I made the second knot. I'll put the blue thread away and I will make the knot with the black thread. So I put brown thread over the black thread, then I take the brown thread through the loop and make the first knot, and then I also make the second knot like this. Again, the brown thread from the right side has also reached the middle of the bracelet, and now with these two threads in the same color I will make two knots, the first knot and the second knot like this. So I have made another row of colors. Let's make another row with the next color, the blue color. So I will put the threads on the right side away, and I will start with the threads on the left side, and I will take the first two threads. The outer thread is the blue thread, so I'll put the blue thread over the black thread, and with the finger like this I will take the blue thread through the loop and make the knot. And again I will put the two threads over one another, and I will use the forefinger to take this thread out through the loop like that and make the knot. Now I will make the knots on the brown thread. One knot, two knots, and the blue thread is in the middle. I'll put the left side threads away, and now I'll take the two threads on the right. I take the blue thread, put it over the black thread, and I will, like this, take the blue thread through the loop and make the knot. Again, I'll put the thread over the black thread, the blue thread over the black thread, and take the blue thread out through the loop. And I made the two knots on the black thread. I put away the black thread, and I have the blue and the brown thread. So I'll put the blue thread over the brown thread and make the first knot, and now I make the second knot like this, and my blue threads are now in the middle, and I will make the two knots, one and two, like this. Now let's take the black thread, so I'll put the threads on the left side, on the right side away, and I start with the threads on the right side, and I will make another row with the black thread. So I made the first knot, the second knot, like this. Now I will make the knots with the blue thread, so I put the black thread over the blue thread, take the thread out through the loop, make the second knot, like this, and now I will take the threads on the right side, put the black thread over the brown thread, and take the black thread out through the loop, and I make the knot. Again, I put a black thread over the brown thread and take the thread out through the knot, and I made these knots. And now I will put the black thread over the blue thread like this, now I'll make the second knot, like this, and now my black threads are in the middle, and I will make again two knots, one knot and another knot, like this. And now the bracelet is long enough, and let's close the bracelet. In order to close the bracelet, I will take the 3 threads on one side and start braiding them. Let's put the other 3 threads away. And now I will make a knot at the end of the braiding here. Like this. And I will start braiding the other 3 threads. And now I will also make a knot. At the same length, at the same distance. So the 2 braided cords have the same length. So I made these knots. I measured that they are at the same distance like this, and now I have these. Let's tighten those knots so that they don't open, and I will take the scissors and cut the end of the cord like this. And now let's see the bracelet, the finished bracelet. So this is what the finished bracelet looks like. So I'll put the bracelet like this around my wrist, and in order to close the bracelet I will use this loop here, and I will put one of the 2 cords through this loop, and I will make a knot or 2 knots if I want to make sure that the bracelet won't fall off. So this is the finished bracelet. I will show you how to create a chevron bracelet using these colors. So as you can see, I have used a variety of colors, the rainbow colors, and I will start making this bracelet by finding the middle of my cords. So my cords are about 70 to 75 centimeters long. I'll find the middle of those cords and I will create a loop for the bracelet closure. So I have made this loop and I will attach this loop like this with the clamp to the table so that I can arrange the cords. So I will put the cords in the color order according to their to how dark the colors are. So I will put the darker colors first. I will begin with the black color. So I will put the cords in this order like this. And then for the next row I will begin with the black color. So half of the cords have been ordered from black to yellow, and then I will continue by ordering them in the same order. So that the yellow color is on the margin, then comes the orange color, the red color, green, blue and black. Like this. And I will start making the knots. I will start with the black color. I will create the shape of the number 4 like this with the blue cord, like the blue cord that is next to the black color, and I will create this number 4, and with my forefinger I will grab the cord and put it through the loop, and I will create the first knot. Again I will create the shape of the number 4, and with my forefinger I will take the cord out through the loop and create the second knot. Now my cord, my black cord is next to the green cord, and again on the green cord, so I'll put away the blue cord. On the green cord I will create this shape of the number 4, and I will take the cord out through the loop and make one knot and the second. So I have created 2 knots here on the green cord. Now I will take the next cord, the red cord, and again I will make this shape of the number 4 like this, and I will make one knot and the second knot like this. I'll take the orange cord and I will make one knot and the second knot like this, and on the last cord, the yellow cord, I will make one knot and the second knot like this. And now I have brought the black cord in the middle, and I will start with the other side and I will make the knots in the mirror. So I will create the shape of the number 4 but in the mirror like this, and with my index finger I will take the cord out through the loop like this and make one knot and another knot. I put the orange cord away, I take the red cord, I create the shape of the number 4 in the mirror, and with my index finger I take the cord out through the loop and make one knot and the second knot like this. I put the red cord away. Now I will create the shape of the number 4 like this, and I will make one knot, and again I create the shape of the number 4 in the mirror, and with my index finger I grab the yellow cord, take it out through the loop and create the second knot. I put away the green cord. Now I will make the knot in the mirror on the blue cord. I make one knot. Again on the blue cord I make the second knot. I put the blue cord away and I will make also on the black cord one knot and the second knot. And I also put the black cord away, and now I have here in the middle the two cords, the black cord that was on this side and the yellow cord that was on this side. And now I will create with the black cord on the yellow cord the number 4 like this. With my index finger I take out the back of the number 4, so the cord. I take the cord out through this loop and I make one knot and the second knot. Like this. So we have created our first V of the chevron. Half of it is black, as you can see, and half of it is yellow. And let's continue now with the blue cord that I will also bring in the middle here, and then with the orange cord that I will bring into the middle here. Then I will use the green cord and I will bring it also into the middle. Then I will use the red cord and bring it in the middle. Then I will use the orange cord from here, bring it in the middle, and then I will use the blue cord from here and bring it in the middle, and so on until I get to the center here. So the process will be that I will create knots from the outside towards the inside. With the outside cord I create a row on the left side, then on the right side, then again with the cord on the outside I will create a line of knots on the left side, then with the cord on the right side I will create a line of knots on the right side, and so on. So let's continue with the blue cord. I will continue making knots with the blue cord until I obtain the length that I need for my bracelet. And then I will show you how to make the closure of the bracelet. So I will make 2 knots on the green cord with the blue cord, like this. Then I will take the blue cord and the red cord, and I will make knots on the red cord. Then I will make knots on the orange cord, 1 and 2 knots. Then on the yellow cord, 1 and 2 knots. Like this, and on the second yellow cord, 1 and 2. And now, as you can see from a closer distance, I have a black line and a blue line until the half here. And now I will use the green cord to make the orange cord to make another line, a second line, parallel with the with the yellow line. So I will have the yellow line, and then I will have an orange line. So I will continue making the knots, but in reverse. So the number 4 in reverse on the right side, and I will create a second orange line. As you can see, I have the first knot here, and I will create another orange line here. So let's continue, and once I have created more knots, I will show you what it looks like. Now I have made the last row of the bracelet, and now I will start closing the bracelet. And in order to close the bracelet, I will create some braids. I'll group the cords 2 by 2 and start braiding. And I will create a knot here at the end of the cord. like this. And I will also group these cords 2 by 2 and create the braiding. And now I will also make a knot at the end of this cord. So I have created a knot at the end of both cords, and now I will take the scissors and cut those cords like this. And now let's see what the bracelet looks like, the finished bracelet. So this is the finished bracelet. In order to close this bracelet, I will take one of those cords and put it through the loop here, like this, and this is how I will close the bracelet, by using these two cords. And now let's see what the bracelet looks like on the wrist. So I'll put the bracelet on the wrist like this and make a knot here. And this is what the bracelet looks like on my wrist. So this is the closure and this is the bracelet. Now I will show you how to create the classical chevron bracelet. I will use these three colors, black, green and red. I will use cords that have a length of about 70 centimeters, that is about 28 inches, from this point to this point. I cut the double length for the cords so that I could make this loop here. So this loop is at the middle of these cords, and now I will create the bracelet loop by making a simple knot, an overhand knot, like this. And now we have the bracelet loop. I will grab the loop with the clamp, like this, and now I will start creating the bracelet. In order to create a classical chevron bracelet, I will put the cords in a specific order. So as you can see, the cord colors are put in the mirror. So the left side and the right side are in the mirror. And when making the knots, we shall also work in the mirror, meaning that on the left side we shall make forward knots, on the right side we shall make backward knots, and in the middle with these two cords we can make any kind of knots we like. We can make 2 forward knots, 2 backward knots, a forward and a backward knot, or a backward and a forward knot. That is your own choice. And let's start making the knots. So on the left side I will begin with the black cord, and with the black cord I will create the forward knots. The forward knot, the full knot, is made up of 2 half forward knots, and I'll explain to you how to create a half forward knot. I create the shape of the number 4 like this. Then I will put my finger under the red cord, grab the black cord with the nail, and take the black cord out through the loop of the number 4, and here I will make the first half knot. In order to create a full knot, I will make another knot like this. I will grab from under the red cord the black cord, take the black cord out through this loop, and make the second half knot, creating a full black knot. And as you can see, because I used forward knots, my cord has moved forward from this point to this point. Now if I make again 2 forward knots, half knots, 1 and 2, my black cord will again move forward from here to here. And I brought the black cord to the middle of my bracelet. Now I will start making the backward knots on the right cords. So a half knot, backward knot, so a full knot, let's talk about a full backward knot. A full backward knot is made up of 2 half backward knots. A half backward knot is made by creating the shape of the number 4, but in the mirror this time. And now I will put my finger under the red cord, I will grab the black cord, take it out through this loop, and create the first half knot. And to create the full knot, I make another half knot like this, and I created a full backward knot. Because it is a backward knot, my cord will move backwards from this point to this point here, and then it will move backwards here after I make again a full backward knot on the green cord. So I'll make again 1 backward knot, half knot, and another backward knot like this. And now my cord has moved backwards, so from here it moved here, from here it moved here, and now we are in the middle of my bracelets, of my cords of the bracelet. And here we can make 2 forward knots, 2 backward knots, a forward and backward knot, or a backward and a forward knot. I will make 2 forward knots, so 1 and the second, and I have created the first black chevron here. And now let's use the red cords to do the same steps. So 1 forward knot, 2 forward knots, 1 forward knot, 2 forward knots, and I brought the cord into the middle. Now 1 backward knot, 2 backward knots, half knots. I created a full backward knot. Now again 1 backward knot and a second backward knot, and I created the second backward knot. And now I reached the middle of my cord, and I have 1 forward knot and a second forward knot. So as I told you, With this knot in the middle, you can do any kind of knot you like, two forward, two backward, a forward and a backward knot, or a backward and a forward knot. Now let's look from a closer distance. We have the red chevron. Now let's make the green chevron. And let's do the same steps. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, and in the middle, one forward knot and a second forward knot. And I also created the green chevron. So now we have a black, a red and a green chevron. Now I will again continue making the same steps, the same knots, again with the black cord. I will make another black chevron, then I will make a red chevron, a green chevron, a black chevron again, a red chevron, a green chevron, and so on. So I will continue making forward knots on this side, backward knots on this side with the middle cords. You can make any type of knot you like, and this is how you create the chevrons. I will continue making those chevrons using precisely the same rules that I have shown you so far, until I obtain the length that I need for my bracelet, so that it goes around my wrist. And then I will show you how to create the tie of the bracelet. And now that I have created the bracelet, let's create the tie. In order to make a twisted tie, I will take 3 of my yarns and twist. Let's see from a closer distance. I will twist in this direction, so towards the left. And I will continue twisting. Like this. Now I will stop and I will take the second set of yarns and I will also twist, and in the same direction I will twist also to the left. Like this. So I twisted both of those cords to the left side, and now I will take the two cords, cords that I have twisted, and I will twist them one around the other, but in the opposite direction of the direction that I twisted so far. So I will twist in the right direction. And now I will create a simple overhand knot at the end of the twisted cord. This way. So I have created this knot here at the end of my tie, and now I will take the scissors and cut like this. So I will remove the clamp and let's see the finished bracelet. So this is where we have our loop, and this is the tie. In order to close the bracelet, I will take the loop and the tie, put the tie through the loop this way, and I will make a simple knot like this, and I have closed the bracelet. And this is my finished bracelet. This is what the bracelet looks like on the wrist. Now let's make a different chevron bracelet. Let's make a half and half chevron bracelet using those cords. As you can see, I will use these 4 cords to show you how to create this bracelet, this chevron bracelet. So this will be a little different from the previous bracelet. I also use 70 centimeters cords. That is about 28 inches long. I will again find the middle of my yarns and create the loop. So I will grab the yarns like this and create a knot to make the loop. Like this. So I have created the loop. And now, in order to create the bracelet, I will put the cords aside according to their colors. So I'll put the red and the blue colors on one side and the black and the white colors on the other side. And I will start creating chevron bracelets just as before. Only that this time I will create the black and white colors on one side and the red and blue colors on the other side. And these colors will be split in the middle. So some of the colors, the neutral colors, will be on one side of my bracelet. The 2 colors, elementary colors, red and blue, will be on the other side. To do this, I will create forward knots on the red and the blue cords, yarns, and on the black and white yarns I will create backward knots. Whereas here in the middle I will create a forward and a backward knot so that my cords remain on their initial place. So let's start creating the forward knot. So I'll make the shape of the number 4. I will put my finger under this cord, take the cord out and create the first knot. Again I will make another forward knot. I have moved the red yarn here. Now I create a forward knot here, 1, and 2. I have brought my red yarn here. I will create 2 forward knots on the next blue yarn, 1 and 2. and I have brought the red yarn here. And now I will do the backward knots on this other side. 1 and 2. I brought the black yarn here. Now I will make the backward knots. 1 and 2 on the first white yarn, and on the second white yarn 1 and 2. And now I am here in the middle, so it is always very important to be attentive at the order of the yarns, so always keep them in order. And now I will do a forward knot, so I make this forward knot, and then I will make a backward knot. Like this. Now let's take the second red yarn, 1 forward knot, the second forward knot, 1 forward knot, the second forward knot, so always, as I said, put your yarns in order so that you do not mix them in the wrong order. Now I'll take the black yarn and create the backward knots. 1 and 2. 1 and 2. And 1 and 2. And I again reached the middle of my bracelet, and now I will make, as usual, a forward knot and a backward knot. And my colors remain on the left side, and my black and white, the neutral colors, black and white, remain again on the right side. Now let's continue with the blue cords. 1 and 2. 1 forward knot, 2 forward knots, 1 forward knot, 2 forward knots. I brought the blue cord here. Now I will create backward knots with the white yarn. 1 and 2. 1 and 2. And on the black yarn, 1 on the last black yarn, and 2 backward knots. So I created the blue chevron. Let's see from a closer distance. So I created the black and the red chevrons, and now I have started the blue and the white chevrons. And now I will make a forward knot in the middle, and a backward knot, like this. I will continue with the next blue yarn. 1, 2, 1, 1 forward knot and a second, like this. Now I will use the white yarn to make the backward knots. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1 backward knot, the second backward knot, and in the middle 1 forward knot, and 1 backward knot. And as you can see, I have the red chevrons on one side, the black chevrons on the other, the blue chevrons on this side, and the white chevron on the other side. So I will continue making these knots in this order, and when I have reached the length that I want for my bracelet, I will show you how to create the tie. And now that I have finished the bracelet, I will create the tie. I will take the 2 cords and I will start twisting them. I will begin with the white cord. So as you can see, I'm twisting towards the left side. So it is irrelevant whether you twist to the left or to the right side. The important thing is to twist both cords in the same direction. So I will twist the black cord in the same direction towards the left side. And now I will take the 2 cords and I will twist them one around the other. But in the opposite direction. And now that I've twisted the yarn, now I will make the knot. Now I will cut the yarn like this, and I will do the same with the other yarn. So I will twist you can twist them to the left or to the right, but it is important to respect the rule. Those two cords are twisted in one direction, whereas when you twist them in the opposite direction. So I twist the red cord towards the left. I will also twist the blue cords towards the left, and then when I twist the red and the blue cords together, I will twist them towards the right. Now that I have twisted the two cords, I will twist the cords one around the other in the other direction, in the to the right. Like this, and I will also take the scissors and cut the cord. And I've created both of the cords of the bracelet. So the twisted cords are ready. And now let's see the finished bracelet. I will put one of the cords through the loop like this, and I will make a knot to close the bracelet, and this is what the finished bracelet looks like. So as you can see, this is what the bracelet looks like, and as you can see, in order to make this bracelet, you use the basic rules of the chevron bracelet, of the classical chevron bracelet. Now I will show you another type of chevron bracelet, the bordered chevron bracelet. In order to make this bracelet, I will use these cords. I will begin by making the loop on a cord that is also about 70 centimeters long, that is about 28 inches long. I make the overhand knot to create the loop, and I will grab the cords. I will grab the cords with a clamp, and I will start ordering the cords. The darker purple color will be the border. Then I have the black color and the light purple color. And in order to create the chevrons, I will put the cords in the order of the chevron bracelet, of the classical chevron bracelet. So the colors of the cords will be in the mirror. These colors mirror the other colors. Only that, in order to create the border, I will use these two cords, which must remain always on the sides of my bracelet. So with these two cords I will not make any chevrons. I will only make a straight line for the border. In order to do that, I will make a forward and a backward knot on this cord on the left side, whereas on the cord on my right side I will make a backward and a forward knot. This way my cords, my two cords, will remain on the sides of the bracelet. They will not get into the middle of the bracelet. Whereas these two cords will be used for the chevrons, and like in the case of the chevron bracelets, on this side I will be making only forward knots, and on this side I will be making only backward knots. So let's begin. And of course, in the middle we can make any type of knot we like. Two forward knots, two backward knots, a forward and a backward, or a backward and a forward knot. So this is also something specific to the chevron bracelets. So let's begin with the border. I will make a forward knot, so the number 4, and I will take the purple cord out through this loop here and create the first knot, the forward knot. Now I will do the back, and as you can see my cord has moved on this side. It came from here, and by creating the forward knot it moved forward on the other side of the black cord. Now I will create a backward knot to bring the cord back here. So I'll create the 4 in the mirror. I will take the cord out through this loop and create the backward knot, and this way my purple cord has returned to its initial point on the outside of the bracelet, where it will remain while I create the entire bracelet. Now let's take the other cord, the cord on the right side. I will make a backward knot by putting the 4, creating the number 4 but in the mirror. From the I will put my finger under the black cord and grab with my nail the purple cord and take it out through this loop like this, and I created a backward knot which brings my purple cord on this side. And now in order to bring the cord back here, I will make a forward knot, so the number 4, and I will grab the cord like this, and I made a forward knot and brought the purple cord again back on the outside as it must stay. And now let's create the chevrons. I will take the black cord and create a forward knot, the first forward knot, a half knot, and again another forward knot to create the full forward knot. And I've brought the black cord in the middle. Now I will take this other black cord, create a backward knot, one half knot, and another backward knot, another half knot, and I created the full backward knot. Now I have the 2 cords in the middle. I will create one forward knot and another forward knot. And I created the first black chevron and the first borders. Now let's continue with the next cord. I create a border, a forward knot and a backward knot, I put the border cord on the outside, on the right side a backward knot and a forward knot, and I put the border on the outside again. And now let's create the chevron knots. So a forward knot, another forward knot, I brought the cord on the inside, a backward knot, and another backward knot. Like this. And now I have the two light purple cords in the middle, and I make one forward knot and the second forward knot. And I created the light purple chevron. And let's continue doing the same things. I begin with the border, the forward knot, the backward knot, now the forward knot, and my purple cords are on the outside. Now I will create the black chevron, one forward knot, the second forward knot on the first cord. I brought the black cord on the inside, one backward knot and another backward knot, and I brought the second black cord on the inside, and now I'll make one forward knot and another forward knot. And I have created the third chevron, the black chevron again. Now again I will make the border, a forward knot, a backward knot, the other border, a backward knot, and a forward knot, so I made the borders, and now I will make the chevron, one forward knot, the second forward knot, I brought a cord in the middle, one backward knot, the second backward knot, I brought the second cord into the middle, and now I will create the knot in the middle, one forward knot and the second forward knot, and I created the fourth chevron. Let's see from a closer distance what our borders and chevrons look like. So as you can see, I created the dark purple border, and I created one and two black chevrons and one and two light purple chevrons, and I will continue making these chevrons and the borders until I finish the bracelet. And when I have finished the bracelet, I will create the ties, and I will also show you how to create the ties. And now that I have finished the bracelet, I will start creating the tie of my bracelet. So let's make one more knot on the sides so that the bracelet looks rectangular and this end is straight. So a backward knot and a forward knot, and I created the borders, the last border knots. And as you can see, my bracelet is straight here, not pointed anymore. And now, in order to make the tie, I will start braiding those cords. I will put the outside cords on the inside and cross them. So I will take one of the cords from the outside, let's see from a closer distance. So I will take the outside cord and put it on the other side, take the other outside cord and cross it like this. I will take the black cord from the outside, put it on the inside. Again, take the other cord from the outside and put it on the inside. Take a light purple cord and cross it also. Again, I will take the dark purple cord and cross it with the other dark purple cord and create small chevrons like this. So this is actually the fishtail type of braiding. I'll put the black cords and cross them. I'll put the light purple cords and cross them. The dark purple cords and cross them, and so on. The black cords and cross them. And now that I have finished braiding, I will make a knot. Like this. I will cut the cords. Now I have this tassel here at the end made up of the cords. I'll cut the cords like this, and now I can close my bordered chevron bracelet. As you can see, the borders are made of the dark purple cord, whereas the chevrons are made with the light purple and the black cord. And in order to close the bracelet, I will simply put the tie through the loop like this, and this is the finished bracelet. And this is what my bracelet looks like. Now I'm going to show you how to use 30 centimeters of cord to create a fishtail friendship bracelet. I will begin by creating the loop. And now let's create the bracelet. I have put the cords in this order, so they are in the mirror. The dark blue color is on the outside, the green is in the middle, and the light blue color is here right in the middle of my bracelet. And in order to create the fishtail shape, I will take the blue cord from the left side, from the outside, and put it on the inside, on the right side. Then I will take the blue cord from the outside, from the right, and put it on the left side, on the inside. and I created the first chevron. Now I will take the green cord and put it over the dark blue and the light blue cords and bring it on the right side from the left side. Then I will take the other green cord and put it on the inside here and cross it with the other cord. Let's see from a closer distance. Now I will take the light blue cord and put it on the inside. I will take the other light blue cord and also put it on the inside and cross it with the other light blue cord. So I have created 3 chevrons now, and I will continue creating these chevrons until I obtain the desired length of bracelet, and then I will make the tie. And now that I have finished braiding the bracelet, the fishtail bracelet, I will now create the tie of the bracelet. So I will grab the 3 cords on that side, and I will take the right cords and start braiding them to create the tie. One of the ties. And now that I have braided this cord, I will make a knot here at the end of my cord. I will cut the ends of the cord, and now I will remove the clamp, and I will start braiding the other cords on this other side. Now I have also made the second knot. I will take the scissors and cut the cords at the same length like this. And now let's see the finished fishtail bracelet. So we have the loop here. Like this, and I will make the knot here, and this is what the bracelet looks like, the fishtail bracelet. And as you can see, in order to make this type of bracelet, you only need to braid the cords.